Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly? Hello, everyone. Hello. They changed the YouTube streaming back of house while I was gone. Let me see. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. All right, first off, I'm going to pop out the chat. Let me pop it out. Let me pop that right out. Let me pop that chat right out. I don't think we're going to do music today. No headphones. Chat, not in the usual place that I like it. Loud and clear, says Syntax Rigor. Hello to my precious Kyokusei. Mario, Siju, Concept Forge, Abel, Dopazo, the little things in life. Lack Asylum, Battle Ready Babe, Moss, Johnny Pearson, Disc Breaker, Fripp, Nobody, Cody, NM August 20115, and as we said, Syntax Rigor. What are we doing today? We're doing pencil sketches today. We are living in an age of AI pain and disembodying influence and synthetic versions of just about everything. Consciousness, creativity, even love and human connection. And so what can we do? What can we do but draw in pencil? I've still got some setup to do here. Actually, I was gonna let Instagram know that I'm streaming. Is that actually possible right now? While people file in. Go on, take this time, take this opportunity while I make this post to get out a piece of paper, or if you're the type, stare at your computer screen. Pencil in hand, short stubby one with a chisel tip is one of my favorites for a relaxing session, but maybe you want to hold a stylus in your hand, whatever you want to do. Get in position, or as the sophisticated among us say, position. No, I don't want Instagram to send me notifications. You see, every time I use Instagram, I reinstall the app, so I have to, I get hit with all of the permissions again when I do it. So I have to say, all right, I'll let you use limited photos and all of that. Sticker link. Oh wait, did I actually copy paste this link? Do you guys do that? Delete and reinstall your social media apps only when you need them for business? I do. Well, it gets the job done. Keep that crap off my phone. I don't like my thumb going over there. Umario is washing the dishes. Oh, disgusting. Umario's trying to get us to imagine them soaped up, covered in suds. Typical perversion that abounds around this stream. See the preview. Does it actually go here? Yep, that's me. That's me sitting there. Done. Put that right there. Text. What's clever? What's incredibly clever and original? How about I'm streaming BB? I'll do it. Share it to my story, of course. What else would I want to do? Make sure it uploaded. Still uploading. Still uploading. Still uploading. Any second now it's going to be done. Uploaded. It's done. And now I will delete Instagram again. Okay. Umario's all soapy and bubbled up. $5 from Cody. Thank you so much, Cody. Appreciate the donation. That'll buy plenty of coffee for my baby boy. It's been a long time since I've streamed, and because I haven't streamed, I haven't gotten any generous donations, and because I haven't gotten any generous donations, it's really sad to say, I don't want to make anybody cry, but my son has been living entirely off of milk for these past couple months. He hasn't had any coffee. I don't think a single drop of Not a single drop of coffee. My wife confirms it. But now Cody has ended the drought. You know, now we're going to be able to go get some grinds. We'll brew him a special little pot, put that sweet black gold into a bottle, let him gobble it up. Thank you, Cody, for your unending wisdom, oh merciful purveyor of graphite fineries. Gotta sleep. Have fun drawing, everyone. Get good rest, Cody. And thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the donation. There was something else I needed to do. Oh, I wanted to thank some patrons. Patrons. There's a lot because I haven't streamed in a while. So I'm going to fire off this list. I believe the last person to join would have been Kevin Lin back on August 5th. I'm pretty sure my last stream was end of August. So Kevin Lin, I believe I got you, but I want to thank Cosmic Life, C.H. Macaulay, Mekhi, Garrett Boslow, Joshua Hong, Blade Master 1900, Adam J, Chow, and Alejandro B. Thank you, everybody. Again, just because I'm so appreciative, Cosmic Life, C.H. Macaulay, Mekhi, Garrett B, Joshua H, Blade Master 1900, Adam J, Chow, and Alejandro B. Thank you so much for supporting on the Patreon. I really appreciate it. What can I say to you all? Well, these are difficult times, so what can I do but rouse you, incite you to vigor and action in these times of desperation? Let me rouse you in the way that Satan roused his troops. Princes, potentates, warriors, the flower of heaven, once yours, now lost, if such astonishment as this can seize eternal spirits. Or have you chosen this place after the toil of battle to repose your wearied virtue, for the ease you find to slumber here as in the vales of heaven? Or in this abject posture have ye sworn to adore the conqueror, who now observes cherub and seraph, rolling in the flood with scattered arms and ensigns, till anon his swift pursuers from heaven gates discern the advantage and, descending, tread us down, thus drooping, or with linked thunderbolts transfix us to the bottom of his gulf? Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. And obviously you did awake, arise, because you supported on Patreon. Thank you, everybody.
You roused your son.
I also roused my son. Oh, no. Sorry, little guy. Well, I'm sure he's feeling pumped now. I'm sure he's feeling pumped now. All right, let's do a little drawing. I'm going to make myself smaller. I must become extremely small. What am I working on here? As usual, I am reinventing myself and cutting trails through the art of drawing that nobody else alive today could imagine. And even if they could imagine, certainly they wouldn't have the gall or courage to actually go down those routes. So I'm exploring some new form languages that I've been developing. Probably next in a series of... If you saw this on either the Patreon or on Instagram, I completed this a couple of days ago, Hunting with the Ancients. Let me make sure I'm in focus here. I'm focused, yeah. So playing with a lot of ideas. I have a lot of philosophical thoughts about what I'm doing here, philosophy of the elements of art and things like that. But definitely playing with the illusionistic qualities, doing a lot of creating this illusion of stone, cave wall, mixing it into form, mixing it into texture, letting things dissolve, reemerge, just all the wonderful things that are possible in drawing and very, very difficult to do in any of the other mediums like sculpture or full color painting or anything like that. That's always my favorite thing. That's what makes me feel most gratified when I find a particular configuration that it's clear to me this would only work in pencil. In anything else, this would not work. That's when I know that the medium and the message have united, So that is a boar. Reasons for it being a boar, but honestly, they're too pretentious and high class for you all, so I'm not gonna explain myself to you all. For the next one, I actually have several ideas of what I would do if I did this as a series. So this is option one. I don't know if this is the one I would do next, but I love this is silly, but like the ancient alien stuff where people think certain not much prehistoric art, like the cave wall thing is definitely more in prehistory. The work of the ancients is technically from the literate societies and things like that. But especially in the ancients, there's a lot of people, Rorschach blotting ancient reliefs and things like that and saying that's definitely an alien, an astronaut. I love the ancient alien conspiracy theory. So this is sort of alluding to that. I'm searching for my alien, my astronaut. I don't think I would do it this big. I think I would go bigger and do it with supplicants as well, people worshiping. So let's, we will explore that a little bit. Hello, beeps. One Matt, 2 cookies says, hi, Stephen, big fan of your work. Hi, Matt. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lax says, Stephen, any snack recommendations on the road to mastery? Trail mix. You need your energy. It's as hard as hiking. I'm definitely a trail mix guy. Anything vaguely peanut butter flavored. Make this bigger. And let me get my kit. Oh, for anybody curious, this is the final, and this was the sketch/access drawing for it. So I'll just take this. So there you see on the left, it's very glowy, but that was the original sketch that I did down in the den while bopping around with my kid, testing out a bunch of crazy stuff, the way I wanted to use my materials, textural plays I wanted to do. You could see that the sort of punch line on the stone textures has not been developed, but it was in my mind. Much more low contrast, just because I was winging it, so I didn't get to plan my contrast. But yeah, over there on the left, original sketch, you can see still pretty big. I believe this is a 9 by 12. These days I need to work at scale, at some amount of scale, good scale, to actually be able to evaluate an idea, especially because I'm exploring texture so much more these days. Can't really explore texture too much in a tiny thumbnail. But that gave me access to the idea, and then just redid it big and more carefully on the right. Beef says, holy graphite powder? I don't use graphite powder. I use powdered pastel. That's my preference. I just like the working qualities better. But that's going to come down to personal preference. Whoops. You could tell it's been a while since I streamed. I did not sharpen my pencils before stream. Embarrassing. Emil says, hey, Stephen, what do you think about enlightenment? Oh, off to the good stuff right off the bat today. What do you think about enlightenment? Also, do you know Frank Yang? He's the reason I started meditating. Highly recommend. I am vaguely familiar with Frank Yang. He was like the surreal fitness YouTuber for a long time. And I am aware that he went through some sort of spiritual experience, and I don't know what he's up to today, but when I encountered that, I think he was claiming to be an arhat. I don't know if he still claims to be an arhat or anything like that. But if you're asking me enlightenment in the way Frank Yang is positing it, like, is it possible to become an arhat? Arhat or arhat. I forget if there's an N at the end. I don't think so. I think it's arhat. But it really, to me, it depends what you mean by enlightenment. And I think everybody probably means something different when they use that word. So I think it's quite difficult to actually get on the same page about that. If by enlightenment we mean sort of one of the traditional interpretations of what the Buddha said, the total and permanent end of suffering, I personally think that's probably possible, but I have to admit that I think it's probably only possible for a monastic. Just being perfectly practical, I don't see how a person in the world could. It's like, and the Buddha said it, but it's like the world is made of suffering. Like that, it's amazing how much it underlies everything in the world of culture. To some extent, to me, it only seems practical that you would have ended suffering and not experienced it if you're living as a monastic, truly. In the monastic capacity, I can see how, it's possible. I mean, we're talking something very extreme here, right? Like, a monastic doesn't need to acquire food, right? They're going to beg for it, and they're in a position where if no one's going to give them food, they're kind of okay to starve to death if they're an arhat, right? That's not really possible if you're a lay person. You've got to work, you've got to make your living. If you're really going to let yourself die, then to that capacity, you must be homeless, right? Like, you can't have a family. You better not have anybody relying on you or anything like that. And, depending on how much of the suttas you believe, you might believe crazy things like a lay arhat would basically self-immolate within 3 days of not becoming a monastic or something like that. So from that version of the word enlightenment, sorry, see my audio is spiking here a little. Maybe that's a little better. Let me know if I'm too quiet now, but I think I should be okay. I think it is probably possible in very rare circumstances. I'm saying maybe not even anyone alive today isn't a true arhat. I'd be willing to accept that. But it doesn't the definition, like what people are talking about, I don't see why that would be impossible based on my personal experiences. But again, I don't see how it could be without being a monastic. I think you'd have to be a monk and basically have people taking care of you. If by enlightenment you believe, can you have a kensho experience? That is to say, a glimpse of an intense spiritual truth, a collision with nothingness, nibbana, something like that. Again, we then have to say, what do you mean by kensho, right? But in the Zen parlance, like an initial glimpse into the truth behind the pursuit there. Can you have that and have that transform your life? I think there are literally hundreds of thousands of people alive today who can attest to that absolutely being possible, very achievable for a layperson, and it does do something. It does have an impact on people's lives. So if that enlightenment with a small e, if that's what you mean, it's like laughably obvious to me, maybe not to people who don't investigate those things, but there's just so many people alive today who, they've had it and it's the most important experience of their lives, and there's no real reason for them to lie about it, and you can tell that it's had benefits to them. So yes, so I guess I'm saying yes, enlightenment is absolutely possible. The different definitions that people use therein, I think that there's interesting questions to be asked there about what's possible or not. I'm going to do a new sketch, but I just want to quickly jot down some ideas I had for this one before I relegate it to the sketch bin. Check out Ramana Maharshi. His teachings seem promising and penetrating. Yeah, he's a classic. He is classic. I think a lot of times in the happy-go-lucky mindfulness, meditation, enlightenment discussion, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the times we give short thrift to really the first thing that the Buddha said. Dukkha. Dukkha. Life is dukkha. Whether you translate that as suffering, unsatisfactoriness, whatever the translation, it is a damning indictment of the nature of the world. So, no, I think you've really got to reckon with that to reckon earnestly with the idea of enlightenment. You can't make a joke out of either. Tanish Naidu says, "Hey, Stephen, I'm here to tell you that the art piece you made recently, the one with the boar, was so damn awesome. I want that as a poster." Oh, thank you, Tanish. That's very kind. Any artist is, of course, very happy to hear that. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. I really liked it too. I really liked how I was having fun working a bit high concept there. I got the gardeners getting to work across the street. You guys let me know if it gets too loud. I'll put a noise gate on. Roundbrush says, "Stephen, your podcast about myths has had an enormous effect on me for the past couple of months. Do you plan on making more?" Yes, I do. I have a lot to say about the myths. I'm so glad to hear that it had a big impact on you, because to me that's some of the most important stuff. It's just a time thing, you know? Now I'm a dad and all that, so time management. But I'm very glad to hear that had some impact on you. I always wonder when I put something like that out into the void, like, will it do its intended job? Will anybody click with this? So it's always great to hear. I have so many more myths I'd like to discuss. Art ones and more general ones. Ben Edit says, had to stop streaming because Steven just went live. Wow. We're out here absorbing other streams. Like a Borg or something. Alexander says, really love the streams because it helps me to not get impatient when I'm not in love with my graphite pieces after having drawn for only a few hours. Oh, yeah. You gotta be patient. They take a long time. They take a long time, and they take an even longer time to look good. Alexander says, Steven can spend a few hours on 1 square inch. Yep. In fact, if I can spend a few square hours on 1 inch, a few hours on 1 square inch, to me, that's a sign that things are going well. The bigger problem is if I can't spend a few hours on 1 inch. Hello, Lalokin. Who says, hey, Stevenushka, how are you doing? Hope all is good, my good sir. Much love. Thank you. I'm good. I'm great. Concept Forge says, Steven, do you know about the cycle of yugas in Hinduism? Vaguely. If you're going to ask me, do I think we're in the Kali Yuga? I don't think things are that bad. I don't think things are so bad that we're in the Kali Yuga. Prolific Polly, hello. Hypotenusa says good morning, hello. Emil says, us Westerners often overlook the importance of putting many hours in meditating and often hang on the philosophy of Buddhism too much. At the end, a thought is still a thought. Real practice is king. Yerp. Just like anything. Just like drawing, certainly. You gotta sit and do the thing. Sit and do the thing. Abstract says, hi, Steven. You said we shouldn't aim to be like the freaks in art, but aren't they the ones who make it, especially in a world of AI? It seems like being mediocre won't lead to a successful career. Well, nobody wants to be mediocre. That's not what I mean. I mean, don't look at the freaks and compare yourself to them in the very invidious ways that we all compare ourselves, right? We look at their age, we look at how good they were when they were 12, and we just hate on ourselves and things like that. That's not useful. Obviously, the great art that exists in the world is inspirational on its own face, and it doesn't really matter who it came from, right? So let the greatness of their work inspire you. It's great that we have the freaks in the world who can make these unbelievable things to inspire us. And just focus on that. Yeah, nobody wants to make mediocre work, definitionally. Most of us will, but nobody wants to. You don't aim, nobody aims to do mediocre. I'm not sure how you would aim to do mediocre work, really. But yeah, don't do the bad part of the comparison, the part that is all based on your personality and your self-worth and, oh, I should have started 80 years ago. Like, even if that's going to give you a little whip to go sit at the drawing board and draw today, it's not sustainable. It never keeps you at the drawing board. It lasts for a couple weeks, a couple months, and then the negativity just builds on itself and you wind up quitting art. The only thing that keeps people at the drawing board for years and years and years is joy and love and direct connection with the practice. Just feeling the mystical impossibility of this thing being created underneath your hand and the delicious tactile sensations of actually doing the creation. That's the only thing that keeps an art career alive and enjoyable. All the other stuff, it's almost like you better hope your art career doesn't work out, because you'll just wind up in the position that so many artists do, where they used bad motivators and incentives to get to an art career, which is impossibly hard and, everybody wants it. And then they hate it and they wish they had never done it. And their creativity dies on the vine, they can't get it back. And they just keep doing it because, they spent 30 years getting good at art and they have literally no other skills. And now they're trapped in a nightmare, right? They have to do the hardest thing in the world that everybody wishes they could do, hating every second of it and having no exit plan. So enjoy yourself. And I wish that I could say that that wasn't a lot of artists, but that is sadly one of the most common outcomes, because people are very bad at identifying what motivations they are energizing their practice. And then even if they can identify what motivations are underlying their practice, it's even more difficult to then actually act against the incentives of culture and correct those motivations and go for better ones. Very, very difficult for most people. What helped you be more patient artist / person, says Pedro. I guess it's coming to mind just because it was so recently discussed in the chat, but meditation, in air quotes, really just a deep interest in the long legacy of wisdom in this world since I was a young man. Without a doubt. I always found philosophy and the spirituality, the wisdom of spirituality, very interesting. I always found it freeing, and sort of as was alluded to before as well, I was interested in it just conceptually, but I was always more interested in doing philosophy, that is to say, actually living by it and letting it change my life. Really focus on, not worrying about the things that I knew I shouldn't worry about, and changing patterns in my mind and the way that I relate to the world, which one of the great things about being an artist is that having an art practice allows you to tie up your vocation and your livelihood with such concerns and interests and think about them a lot and things like that. Whoops. This has been happening. YouTube keeps crashing on me while I stream. Damien says, hi, Stephen, is the Myth podcast on your Patreon? Yeah. There's just a little intro and one talk. I had more planned, and then I had a kid. So and I do have, I do want to return to that. When I returned to it, I don't know if it had still... I always test things out on Patreon first. That's where I give things a shot and see what people think about it and use that to sort of be my first draft. I don't know if I'll keep doing those on Patreon or if I'll just switch over to doing it as YouTube videos. It's very important stuff, so I feel like it should go out. I think so. I think it should go out to as many people as possible. Anirudh says, because I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. I don't know what I'm drawing here. I don't belong here. I aim to make mediocre work every day, but end up making bangers. Nice, Anirudh. All right, everyone chill says, Mr. Steven, sir, are you a freak? Me? I don't think so. I understand that to a beginner or an intermediate, maybe I seem a little freaky, but based on my life experience, knowing a lot of artists, meeting a lot of artists, I would say by no means. I don't have any false humility about my abilities. I know I am balls to the wall, goddamn flat out, unbelievably good at drawing, and absolutely not just one of the best living today, but one of the best in all of history. And I have already made a lasting contribution to the canon of drawing that will inspire artists for generations to come. I'm not confused about that. But a freak is all of that, and they were naturally that since they were 12, and it was very low effort for them. They were just the best, kind of always. I was not that. Whatever abilities I have gained, I came out of the can with zero talent, zero ability. In fact, minus, definitely negative points, wretch class for my starting class. And I had to learn everything that I've learned, seizing art and letting go of art, all of it, the whole spectrum. I had to learn all of it by clawing through and understanding everything very deeply, which is not what a freak needs to do. Freaks genuinely are... They don't need to try that hard. And that's okay. Again, don't be jealous of them. That's just what they're beautiful products of this earth. They're that particular fruit that was birthed by this world. And there's no reason to resent or hate them. It's a wonderful thing that they exist. And they're the only ones who could make works of that type, right? Now I have to, even if they don't have to struggle existentially, that's what I mean, by the way, when I say they don't have to work that hard. In that case, I meant struggle existentially, right? Of course, they still have to sit and draw for thousands of hours, right? But there is obviously a difference between drawing thousands of hours where you don't get good until you're 35 or 40 or whatever, and sitting and drawing thousands of hours where you were the best anyone ever knew about when you were 12. Those are obviously different things, right? So a Kentaro Miura, a Kim Jung-gi, they're like, if you see the comics they made when they were 14 in high school, at 14, they would have been better than 99% of professional working comics artists today. So there's obviously a difference, right? Everybody still has to sit and draw, right? You can't be truly lazy, right? You can't not sit at the drawing board, but there's obviously a difference between those two different kinds of struggle. So I kind of lost the plot. But I'm not that. I clearly was not that. You know, I really had no exceptional ability out the bat. To diagnose myself, I do have a knack, which most artists have a knack, but not all. And my knack was that I just understand how pencils work. But that's not even like a fundamental knack. A lot of people's knacks are like they excel at color or line or form or something like that. I do not identify my own knack as having been in any of the elements of art. My knack was a material knack, which is great, but slightly less useful. Engine Get Failed says, I have a question for the design course. I already bought it a week after you released it, and I'm taking my time for the first assignment and iterating on ideas. Am I overdoing it? No. That the initial idea and that initial writing especially determines the whole arc of your project. So whatever amount of time, it could take 2 years for you to come up with it. It doesn't matter. That's just how long it took you. You shouldn't rush good ideas. Remember, especially in a design course, you are practicing your base level of creativity. So don't rush it. You know, that's bad practice. You know, and I say in the videos, take as long as you need. You know, that's the only way you're going to actually be practicing your real cutting edge creativity. You can't rush it. Me running round again. Aki says, I'm going to put Steven on in the background while cooking. Maybe it'll affect cooking in the same way, and I'll cook better. I hope so. And exceptionally good, whatever you're making. John Smith says, what are your thoughts on using glaze or nightshade to add some protection from AI when posting art? Do you think it's worthwhile or a losing battle? Should we accept our art will be scraped anyway? No, I think you should glaze and nightshade. The boar... the last drawing I posted, protected, baby. I was impressed. I used a web glaze. I think the version of glaze that's on my computer is the same one. Actually, I don't know. I think web glaze, they're probably keeping that as cutting edge as possible. And I have to tell you, when I got my result back from web glazing the boar, I was like, the changes are imperceptible. There was nothing. I opened them in Photoshop and clicked back and forth, and I really could not detect a goddamn thing. They've really advanced it, I think. It's like I knew it was different because I zoomed in really close on key areas where I saw a little flicker, you know? Yeah, you can, and I also used a Photoshop difference layer to let me know that things were indeed different, you know, that there was a noisiness on a difference layer, but to the eye, it was invisible. To the eye, the differences I could not detect unless I zoomed all the way in, and I just saw pixels flickering, not anything that would have recognized as some of the old stuff I saw, like a sort of, you know, if you blurred your eyes, you would see a shape, a slight value shape difference. It's not none of that now. Someone was asking if I used graphite powder before, and I said I do not. And I said I use powder pastels. These are the ones I use. Pan pastel. You can find them in most art stores. You can also just, if you have like a color that you prefer, you don't want to use just black, you can also just take a pastel pencil and grind it with a knife to make powder. If you got an uneven grind, you can just kind of smoosh it with something, you know, with a mortar and pestle or any other smooth flat thing, grind it into a fine dust, and you can just use that. And if it's not putting down just the way you like, you can try mixing it with a little bit of baby powder, and then that'll make it put down a little smoother. I don't know what the mixture is in these in particular, but I always like the working qualities of these. That's how we used to do pastel renderings back in school. We would grind our own dust from pastel sticks, mix them with baby powder, and apply them with cotton pads. Real industrial design stuff there. You could do very controlled renders like that, as long as you have to cut masks, obviously, because otherwise the powder will go everywhere and you won't get a clean edge. But if you're willing to sit and cut the masks out of tracing paper, you can get extremely controlled renders with pastel dust. Lack Aslam says, Steven, in your opinion, who would win a fencing competition, Gustave Doré or Albrecht Dürer? I'm going to go with Dürer. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I would need to actually, like, I would need to compare their engravers, not so much them. You know, the dexterous qualities evident in their art are also heavily the dexterous qualities of their engravers, you know, working from their sketches. So if we're assuming that the beautiful lines and control evident in their art would make them dangerous fencers, if we were going to put them toe to toe, we actually need to know what the engravers, how good the engravers were. You know, would they reveal that actually Albrecht Dürer on his own was a more dexterous artist and therefore a more dexterous fencer than Doré? You know, these are the real questions. How do the gardeners always know to get to work right when I start streaming? Alexander says, is there any magic trick to smudging? I always make stained looking smudges no matter how softly I go. Just never turn off the drawing mind. Don't think of it as you're smudging. You're just drawing with a soft edge. That's it. If you prevent yourself from falling into the false impression that you're just softening things when you smudge, and you instead focus on continuing to add information when you're smudging, form information, drawing information, edge information, then you'll do great smudging because you're just making the drawing better. You just also happen to be leaving soft edges as you do it. All right, this is getting loud. I'm gonna put on a noise gate. 1 second here. All right, how's this? Does this sound too artificial and disturbing, having a noise gate this aggressive on? Battle Ready Babe says, what's your favorite paper, especially for smooth value transitions? This is not, it's just about it, but Strathmore Bristle Paper Smooth. I use the 400 series for my finished drawings. This is just the slight step down, the 300 series. That's what I use for everything. That's not just my favorite paper for smooth transitions. That's just my favorite paper in general. It's the thing I'm most used to. I like getting my textures on my own for the most part. Even when I'm trying to do a very textural work like this, I don't like that repetitive grain that I get on grainy paper, like the vellum version. Manga Gnome says, finally starting my comic today. I haven't mastered the fundamentals yet, but it'll get better as I go along. Love your attitude. Do it. You're making the great choice. What's that eraser called? This is just a kneaded eraser. Classic art tool. Just silly putty, basically. In fact, you can use silly putty as an eraser. You can use bread as an eraser for, at least for charcoal. Bread wouldn't do much for pencil, but you can erase charcoal with just even a piece of bread. Kyokusei says, wait, I like noise. Am I weird? And someone else said that they like the ambiance of the noise. It's less about me thinking it would actually annoy you guys. It distracts me knowing that I have a noisy feed going through. It lets me focus more if I just know, all right, they're not hearing anything. Because I don't like leaf blowers. They drive me nuts. A kneaded eraser is serious putty. Drawing is serious business. Yeah. Your favorite extinct animal versus your favorite historical figure in a Roman Colosseum. Who wins? What's my favorite extinct animal? I don't know that many. I do like that giant bird thing. What is it? The Quetzalcoatlus or whatever it is. That thing's awesome. Great name. Great name. I feel like that thing would probably defeat Isaac Newton. No, Isaac Newton's not my favorite historical figure. I don't know who my favorite historical figure is. If I could try to think of who would win, you know, you could try to take a shot on like a religious figure like a Buddha or Jesus, and fingers crossed they actually had miraculous powers, and then they could defeat the Quetzalcoatlus. But it would be really depressing when they spawn into the arena and it turns out that was all mythology, and then you have to watch them get gored by this giant bird. Watch them get peacefully, acceptingly gored. All right, it took us 1 hour and 1 minute to get to Jesus and the Buddha being gored in a coliseum. That's how long it took us to get there. Welcome to the stream, people. Jipro says, yo, I don't often catch you during your streams. Welcome. Welcome. Cameron Lackey says, loved your video about quitting your job and pursuing art. 3 months unemployed, and I'm picking up everything you said to be too true. Worth it, though. You could do it, Cameron. It's a hard road. Everything in life worth doing is hard, so I believe in you. I hope it's easy on you. I truly do. As easy as it can be, I hope it is that easy on you. Kyo says, also 3 months unemployed. I second that. Still fostering peace. Excellent. Don't you guys worry about a thing. You're on an incredible ride. Oh shit, my pencil broke. Let the demon take over. Lalokin says, Steven out. Do you think therapy could help finding that joy in making art and stopping the persisting, cruel self-judging? Sure, yeah. I mean, you need a good therapist, and you need to be honest in therapy, and you need to, of course, expect that you're not always going to be talking about art in therapy. Probably very little, actually. You know, you got to go in there willing to honestly discuss all the dark underbelly parts of your life. And I don't doubt that it would have a huge benefit. Because the self-judging part is, you know, that's the guilt complex, right? And the guilt complex, okay, well, these days almost everybody has a guilt complex, right? But culture gives it to us. You know, it's a dominant aspect of our current culture. It's not like an inherent part of anybody's personality, and everybody's rocking it to some degree. And people have varying abilities to accept and integrate their guilt complex. Some people are very good at it and they don't even grok it. They're just like, yeah, man, you gotta work hard because what the fuck? What else are we doing here? You know, and they just have like a fun time with their guilt complex. You know, they're hustle culturing their way to the grave. And then other people, for whatever reason, temperamentally or whatever, you know, they're just not interested in integrating that. Maybe it's too much cognitive dissonance. You know, it brings about an exasperating amount of aggravation at the current culture, whatever it is. And they need to instead look at their guilt complex head on, find out where it came from, right? Again, it's some part of culture, right? Your religion, relationship to capitalism, maybe a parent really instilled a guilt complex in you, but we've all got it to some degree, but it's not, yeah, it's just a tool of the era, you know? So you can undermine it, you can investigate it, and in certain cases defeat it, you know? How's the parenting coming along? I love it. I love it. Dave Fletch says, I really enjoy your work and the conversations you have on your channel. Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate that people are interested at all. We have a lot of fun around here. We have a lot of fun talking about pain and desperation and guilt. Guilt and existential crisis and the fact that you can't escape it. Wonderful. Let's go to the phones. All right. I'm going to start another sketch here in a minute. The thing that I hadn't done on this sketch that I just wanted to note down real quick for evaluation purposes later was I just wanted to make this feel more like a cratered halo and get this light, dark pattern going. This drawing looks like the alien boss lady from Lilo and Stitch. I don't remember what she looks like, but I believe you. Antoine says, Stephen Megan patrons pay for tips to become unemployed. Yeah, I'm trying to ruin everybody's life. Hello, Tired Neo. How big would you go on a piece? Do you plan to ever work on a paper bigger than you? Yeah, I do. I have certain pieces in mind that I know I want to do like 10 feet wide. I've just never had the actual space to do them. The day that I rent a studio, a separate studio out of my home, something like that, or had just a very large studio space in my home, which is highly unlikely in New York City, I would begin those right away, basically. They've been in my mind for years. Froggy says, Mr. Steven, every time I grab my stylus to start a new piece, I feel an intense sense of loneliness and fear. It's one of the reasons why I procrastinate so much to start drawing. I need your wisdom. That's got nothing to do with the art, just so you know. Feelings of intense loneliness and fear, those are very intense emotions. They're not coming from the art. They're always coming from something else in your life that you need to resolve. That's like, you're feeling loneliness is a powerful one, but it's like maybe you're feeling loneliness. Fear, I get. Almost everybody feels fear around their work because they're too tied up with it personally, right? Which is one of the paradoxes of art. But the loneliness is like, has a parent or someone else close to you in your life like estranged you because of your art? You know, have they told you that you shouldn't be doing that you shouldn't pursue it, that there's other things you should be focusing on? That really stays with people when that happens, and I could see why that would produce a lonely emotional undertone, you know? Because you feel that you have been rejected because of the work. Whatever it is, it's always stuff like that that is generating those feelings. It's never about the art or anything like that. The art is empty, pure, structureless, wide open. It's a virginal space into which any and all things are projected. None of those things are in the art, right? And that may sound obvious when I say it, but you really need to investigate how often you're relating to the art practice as if those painful emotions were in the drawings, in the practice, and not you projecting them from other places in your life. Steven, are you saying that art is literally a blank canvas? That's very funny. That's very funny. Oh, how clever. Clever of you. All right, I think the gardeners are gone. Take the noise gate off. What if I just take my noise gate off? Open sandwich says more often viewing art as a form of communication has helped me in a strange way. Yeah, it is that. It is that and many other things. Its structureless nature allows it to be, well, anything. My wife's laptop sounds like it's about to take off. Why is it doing that? Lordy, lordy, lordy. All right, let's start a new sketch. So these are the first two things we've glanced at for this idea. Let's continue to explore. Trying to think of where I can put these, or I can kind of look at them while I work. The laptop channels its inner leaf blower. God, it better not. Frickin' thing. Speaking of computers, anyone switching to Linux today with the Windows 10 end of life? I'm working on installing Mint. Not me, but I'm sure there's a lot of fellow computer science majors out there who are right there with you. Like Steven's ordered collection of homunculuses in the background. Thanks. Hey, Renolo Dominguez says, the man in the moon snoozing or waiting to be born? Is that embryonic cord? I won't give too much away. I won't give too much away. NM Ogta says, you are bad, Steven. I am bad. Abstract says, is art real? Well, nothing's real. Nothing's real, so art can't be real. But on a more serious note, I don't know. I think a lot about like Schopenhauer's aesthetic. The idea that since everything in the world is a representation masquerading as a thing in itself. The world is sort of at root an illusion in that sense, means that art, being a honest liar, right, being a representation presenting itself to you as a representation, as an illusion, makes it, in a sense, relaxing and freeing for the mind. And if you want to interpret real in that way, it makes it more real than anything else because it has less layers of obfuscation. Tolerance for philosophy to taste. So with these sketches, I'm not really looking for my composition. Like I said, I imagine quite a different composition. I'm imagining a horizontal 18 by 24, at least right now, I can change my mind. Horizontal 18 by 24 that has multiple figures. Right now, I'm really just looking at the one central figure as like my way into this piece. An access drawing. I always need an access drawing. The final can be extremely different from the access drawing. So maybe I do something more front on, but I liked trying to go for something a little more dynamic. You know, in my first sketch, front on, not very dynamic, looking for some primalistic angles and changes here. That's getting front on again. I have some form ideas for this, maybe doing something more like a suit. Maybe I could do one that's more like the sarcophagus lid of King Pakal, where he's sort of like angled like this. Using a quote-unquote apparatus. But then how do we get supplicants? We'll come take a glance at that. Oh, we'll come back to that. Oh, baby, will we come back to that. In my voicemails that I left open on the 2 videos ago, or no, I think I put the voicemail link on the previous video as well. Someone sent me a voicemail about if I thought it was important for artists to learn their art history. And I do want to, that's one of the voicemails I want to answer in a video. But to sum it up, yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. Jesus. Learn your art history. I find it amazing how many artists think it's cute that they don't know anything about their chosen vocation. Like, that's not cute. I'm not saying you need to, no one needs to follow the traditions, you know? Knowing art history doesn't mean you need to try to paint like Jerome or something like that. You don't need to try to hit any of that level, but you should know. You know, you're in a lineage, god damn it. Like, you should know the general evolution of the way of thinking of artists and learn how they've been influenced by and have pushed against their cultures and things like that. And I do think you, for all intents and purposes, everybody would benefit from knowing that stuff. Some people think there's that old-timey thinking, old-timey, now we're talking like modernism thinking of like knowing that stuff will limit your creativity. And it's like, it doesn't, as long as you understand that it doesn't mean you have to work that way. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can work totally different, completely not relating to that, but I think you should understand the ideas. I think it will inform anybody's push and pull. Thoughts on cross-hatching? It's for the weak. Pygmy Behemoth says caffeine or nicotine? Caffeine for sure. I have Colombian genetics. I need caffeine to unlock my full potential and raise me to the level of my fourth dimensional god beings that I commune with. Are these oil pastels or regular dry pastel? Dry pastel. I don't think there's any oil in the powder ones I use. I'll put some pastel down early. That seems to be the best way to get stony textures going. Iola says, my teacher today got bamboozled by an AI portrait on Pinterest. It was very, very funny. Well, I think it's kind of sad, but... Which pen flavor is your favorite? Any brand you consider to be best for a good art diet? Says Lester Roquefort. Kinds of pencils. If you were serious at all. If that was a way to mask a what pencils are good pencils question. I own all kinds of brands and I just follow what I'm, like the taste I'm feeling that day. Some days I want to use Strathmore. Some days I want to use Kimberly. Some days I want to use Tombow. They all feel ever so slightly different, but really not that different. They're more alike than they are different. I do remember a few streams ago, people were surprised to discover that the hardnesses of pencils, like HB, 2B, 6B, is not consistent between brands. So do know that if you weren't aware of that. The grading systems of the pencils are arbitrary from company to company. There's no set standard. So a 2B from one company can look and feel like a 6B from another company. There's nothing preventing that. So just be aware. So art is an illusion inside a bigger illusion, says Abstract? Yeah. I mean, we're all walking around inside of holograms generated by our brains, and we spend every moment of our lives pretending that that isn't happening and convincing ourselves that that isn't happening. But that is the case. Scientifically, spiritually, experientially, any investigation of any sort, doesn't matter what avenue you take. You could sit and meditate or read a physiology book, will give you the same answer. You are experiencing a hologram that you are generating. You've never seen the actual world. No one has. No one even knows what that would mean. Again, it doesn't matter if you ask Buddha or a scientist, that is the conclusion. An investigation of any sort comes to that same conclusion over and over again. So, art holds a very special place inside of that illusion because it's an earnest illusion. It doesn't lie to you like everything else. In some sense, it's like it would explain why looking at art tends to relax the mind, because all the rest of the time you are constantly, looking at your dog and looking at your bank account, and there's a significant part of your mental processes that is trying to convince you that this is real, this is the world as it is. I'm looking at this thing, it's really there, it's there in front of me. And that's a part of our physiology. But when you look at art, it doesn't need to run that process to some extent, right? It can at least cut the process by 90% or something like that. And so the mind can relax. If you vibe with, I'm butchering and shorthanding and probably unfairly adding things to Schopenhauer's theory of aesthetic based on his ideas in the world as will and representation. So if you jive with that, which requires a lot of buy-in onto other parts of his metaphysic, then that would be the case. I always like the idea. I don't know if I'm 100% convinced that's real, but that's really what's going on. But I like it as a bit of poetry for sure. You know what? Now that I say it out loud, I probably am convinced. I probably am convinced. As the words came out of my mouth, where I said I'm not 100% convinced I was real, I felt the pang in my unconscious of that's not 100% true. I think I do believe it. I think I am convinced. I'll let you know when I'm unconvinced on another day. Trying to let texture drive my pieces a lot more this year. If you've been around on the streams or in the videos, you've heard me discussing that, but this is definitely an outgrowth of that desire. Trying to get a little more chummy with texture. Uh-oh, says Steven, can you out Pizza the Hut? Can you out Pizza the Hut? I don't think I can. Well, I'm Boba the Fett. I'm rolling my vet. I bounty hunt for a job the hunt to finance my vet. I chill in deep space. A mask is over my face. I deliver the prize, but I sun down my eyes because my time I don't like to waste. Get down. What's that from? That's old 90s crap for sure. Albie John says, Steven, your artistic work is so Sigma. Nice. Very nice. It's also very Rizzler. It's giving Sigma? Koo says, hey, Steven, I think a lot about what you said once about the hard days and whether or not we decide to push through, or to the rest, we have to be okay with the fact that neither is going to feel great. Thank you for that. I'm trying to remember that exact sentiment, but I cover that sentiment a lot. So if it helped you, I'm very glad, truly, very glad. There's going to be a lot of hard days in art. There's no doubt. There is no doubt. And they might never stop. What really helps is loving your work so much and feeling so deeply connected with it that it doesn't matter if it's hard. Froggy says, very Rizzler indeed. Kyokusei says, I'm having trouble unpacking for myself a side effect of identifying as an artist, where art is the thing I do and always have, as opposed to it simply being something I partake in and engage with. I worry that my entire being seems to be defined by art, which makes the natural cycles of searching and confusion in art all the more existential. Oh yeah, I just wanted to hear some thoughts from you on this. I mean, it's a classic problem, an archetypal problem for artists. Everybody needs to find their own solution for it, which is sort of a blanket disclaimer. But the thing is that progress can be made on that. Really, it can. Those natural cycles of searching and confusion, you already know conceptually that those are part of the process. You understand conceptually how you could frame those as just part of the process. Another thing that you're doing that will eventually result in making your next piece, right? And anything can fit into that. Reading, going for runs, playing video games, being a debauched reprobate with totally reprehensible habits can all totally fit within that bucket of these are the things that I do to foment the unconscious, and these will eventually produce new art. Easy enough to say conceptually. I just said it, right? The only trick, but the real where the rubber meets the road, is actually getting the guts, the heart, to catch up with the mind and let you relax into that instead of moving through it anxiously. Now, the question is, how do you make the guts catch up? How do you make them lead the mind in a sense? Well, I think there's quite literal ways to do that. I do think that this requires kind of buy-in on a lot of other stuff, but to just top line it, like, I do really believe that having a significant period in your life where you realize that, the mind is not a higher power, right? That your little, the LLM that lives in your brain, that is your goddamn personality, right? That is, floating thoughts and things into conscious experience from nowhere and to nowhere, is not elevated above bodily experience and, sensations that occur in the body and, the 500,000 years of, the millions of years of evolutionary processes that have resulted in the underappreciated support system that is all of your underlying physiology and all of that. A time period where you connect with that and, sort of relinquish the throne to the body and sort of even a little forcibly sort of like get the mind to calm down, does actually accelerate the process of it makes the body and the intuitions more powerful, I think, and accelerates the process of them catching up with some of the conceptual insights that have occurred. It invigorates them, gives them time to reintegrate and integrate. And yeah, I personally believe that it would get you to a punchline like, okay, now I'm not anxious when I go through the fomentation period, weeks that otherwise would have been experienced as depression playing video games. Now I can experience as a truly relaxed, like, I play video games because they inspire me, and now I'm just going to play video games for 2 weeks and not make art and not kill myself over that. And wouldn't you know it, after 2 weeks, suddenly video games aren't that interesting, and now the generative impulse has arisen again, and now I have things under the hood that I actually want to make, right? And I use video games just as a crass example because, in the current era, so many people, just kind of are begging for permission to do the things that they actually like. But obviously it doesn't have to be video games, right? Like just reading, you know, maybe you're a film buff, other hobbies, you know, doing woodworking or something, anything, right? Or just, you know, maybe over the next month, I'm just going to see one of my friends every day and just hear what's going on in their life. You know, what's interesting for them philosophically? What's the gossip? Who do they hate? You know, what do they think about the way things are going in the world? And it's just clear from the pulled back perspective that that is all obviously fertile grounds for artistic ideas. Assuming, of course, you're interested in making interesting art. Not everybody is. If your main interest is in making banal, uninteresting art, you'd better stay at the fucking drawing board. And with all that stuff, well, Kyo, you know, because you were in the workshop, you know that all that stuff, you get good at it, and then you kind of lose a grip on it. It's a weed that grows in the garden. You know, you've got to pull the weed of guilt again. Because I didn't mention that either. Like, underlying everything that you said is, it's guilt. You know, you didn't use that word, but from where I'm sitting, things like that can only produce existential pain through the guilt complex, the ever so subtle guilt complex. Lack says, Steven, since we were talking about illusions, how can something be creative and not just a mimicry of creativity in today's algorithm-driven culture? I mean, it's not as complicated as we might say it. I mean, you just need to actually follow your interests. It's simple, but not easy, you know. You are a unique being with a unique set of interests compared with every other artist on Earth. You just lie to yourself and say that you aren't. You can basically assume that the list of things that you think have nothing to do with your art is everything that should be in the art. So you just need to open the heart wide and allow all those things in and start mixing them up with the process, and you'll get something original. It's not going to be fast. It's going to take a long time for you to find a balance between all of these impulses and influences, but it's basically guaranteed to work. Simple to say, hard to do, and takes a long time, but Yuri says, working on a design fundamental course assignment while listening to a live stream of Steven. I'm too spoiled? Yes, you are. Oh, you're spoiled. It's all right to be a little spoiled every now and then. Best fruit to draw versus best fruit to eat. I think for me, apple takes both. Gotta admit, I think apple takes both prizes. And the prize goes to apple. Isn't she lovely? Haith says, since we're getting close to Halloween Day, are you going to make a costume and will Ahmed wear it? I would put him in thong underwear. Just a G-string thong for Ahmed. I'd have him do a return to YouTube video in it. I'd whisper in his ear, give the people what they want. Give the people what they want. And his audience would thank me forever. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. On that note, I'm going to run to the restroom. My hands are a little wet. I gotta let them dry completely because the moisture really messes up the pastel dust. Blue pencil stream. Take it away, blue pencil. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Da 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 wappa da bow wabba scooba billy ba diddy do ba ba beady. I have the brain of a 14-year-old. Less. I have the brain of an 8-year-old. For all of my effort. I have the brain of an 8-year-old. Wappa beat up ba scap beady be up boo ba da bo ba diddy da. Scatting is just fun. Scatting is just fun, dude. Oh, and I need to gotta get the moisture out from under my watch. That gets on the paper too. Oh, it's a mess. Is the alien giving us the finger? It's giving you the double fingers. Maybe it has an odd number of fingers. So, an even number of fingers, so we can't give you a middle finger. You know? An even number of fingers, there's no middle finger. He'd have to hold up 2. If Blue Pencil could do that without me here, I'd absolutely let him run 4-hour streams at a time. No doubt. What else is up? What else is up? AI sucks. That's true. Sora, mega feed. They got to it fast. They got to the mega feed fast, man. When I talked about the mega feed and the end of art and in my TED talk, my TEDx talk, I was like, probably the first version of the mega feed is probably like 6 or 7 years away. No, got to it in 3. And now I'm scared. And I thought like probably the real mega feed, like just no people touching it, just plugged into the trends and all that. That's going to be maybe 10 years. Probably be here this year. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be not good. Michael plays with stars. Oh, soul sister, won't you take a ride in his car? Late to call when you wanted to be all. Baby, don't be so shy. Rock, children, hold your hands up high in the night while I try and tell the ballad of Valentine. Just means the bubble will pop sooner. Oh yeah, I think it's coming. I worry it's coming. That bubble pop is going to be serious. I think it will pop. Really struggling to stay awake? Why? Isn't drawing super energizing for you? No, I know drawing, ambient birdie sounds in the background is very soothing. It's easy for me to stay awake. I'm streaming live to the internet, but for everybody else, I get it. I love working low contrast. It's a tough bill of sale for sharing work in the current era, but I fucking love it. Everything about working low contrast makes me so happy. When I'm not doing a sketch, when I'm doing like a final, I try to stay glassy gray for as long as I can, just to get all of the nice effects and the freedom to think and change my mind that it allows. And like the Rorschach block quality of low contrast is great. I've become a low contrast appreciator myself. Yeah, that's awesome. Based low contrast appreciator. Very difficult for cameras, for sharing things, but oh, what a way to work. Like, I'm on the verge of tears right now, dude. Happy as a clam. Oh my God, I'm happy as a clam. You know how clams are super happy? You all know that, like how happy they are? Like clams all the time. Big colony of clams, they're just sitting there stuck to something. They're just like, I'm so fucking happy right now, man. This is great. That's me. Same way that a clam is. Exact same way. Battle Ready Babe says, my figure drawing professor said I had the touch of a feather with charcoal because I was this low contrast 2 hours into a study. I'm not sure if he meant it in praise, but I took it as such. Low contrast for life. It's like, as long as you know how to get contrast when it's time, when you need it, there's nothing wrong with it. Joey says, Steven, how is Bobby? Oh my God, I forgot to check on Bobby. Shit. You okay, little guy? I'm kidding, of course. He's not here. He's happy, healthy, and protected. Away from here. By my wife. By my sweet wife. As soon as I started streaming, he was like, I can't be around for this. Omega says, you get more handsome every stream. Are you talking to my bas-relief alien? That's very sweet of you. When he chooses fit to leap forth from the paper and attack his creator, I'll be sure to tell him with my final yelp. Omega says you get more handsome every stream. Kyo says, ooh, this relief sculpture looks like it has... This relief sculpture look it has right now is something I've been exploring lately in pencil. Yeah, I love it. Most of my big pencil drawings, there's always some part in there that I try to treat like a little relief. I've always been inspired by like the friezes of antiquity and things like that. And of course, full relief, just sculpture in the round, is a major influence. That's sort of evident from my form focus and my love for a steely gray main tone. But yeah, I love the look. I love the illusionistic quality of it too. You know, relief is the illusionism of sculpture, you know, whereas full sculpture in the round really doesn't deal in the illusion of perspective in most cases. And it's nice in this sweet spot where you've set up the value illusion early, because then as you work, you're sort of on the form the whole time, having the psychedelic experience of things coming in and out of the paper. And ain't that why we keep coming back to it, baby? That's what it's all about. At least that's why I keep doing it. I've taken lethal doses of mushrooms and experienced nothing as illusionistic and compelling as the things that I experience on the drawing board every day. So, no career, no livelihood, no relevance would never keep me from the drawing board. And this is like the most, it's just, you know, the little magic trick is obsessing, you know? It's just like, oh, if I put that there, now that comes up. And if I put a little push there, then that goes down. It's like you're making the topology of another world, you know? Omega says, hey, Steven, I really like your content and art. Do you have any online classes? Not a sponsored comment for an ad break. I do, yes. You can check it out. They're linked in the description. I have 2 online async courses. Form from Imagination, which is about rendering, and my newer one, which is Design Fundamentals. It should be in the stream description. I lost my focus here somehow. Yep. Looking for a piece of scrap paper. Steven, do you believe in God? To quote Jordan Peterson, it depends what you mean by God. Like, I have almost zero discussion in answering, do I believe in God? Unless I'm in a room where everybody has agreed on a minimal definition of God. If you want to start a fight and realize that everybody's talking past each other, just ask everybody in the room to give their minimal definition of God. What would God have to be to count as God for you? And everybody will say something fucking different. I bet the Pope and his College of Cardinals would say different things. I have no interest in saying if I believe in God, unless it's within that context, you know. Yeah, and apologies to Jordan if he's rest in peace right now. Did he die last week? I saw some article pop up on the news that he was like institutionalized. Was that fake or something like that? He's back in some other Russian facility. He had some sort of mold infection or something like that. Lax says, Steven, do you accept that you are a meat vessel for the muses to take over? Oh, please, that's, you accept that when you're 12. That's small fry, little bananas. If you don't think that's what's going on here, I don't know what you've been missing. That should be pretty goddamn obvious to any artist who's been doing this for longer than a month. There are much wilder things to accept. Sing, heavenly muse. Grant wings to my adventurous song. that with no middle flight intends to soar over the Aeonian Mount and do things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme. Pygmy Behemoth says, Steven, do you believe in me? I'm God? Yep, absolutely. Kyo says, also follow-up question to my last one. What do you personally find yourself doing these days when your generative impulse wanes, if it does? New tasks, interests, productive work, other... Well, I'm in a great period right now where I just had a little baby boy. So I only get to work right now a couple days a week for a few hours. Like the bore that I showed at the beginning of this stream was done over the space of like 2.5 weeks. Like on the calendar, it was 2.5 weeks, and there was a lot of days off. And on the days I could work for maybe an hour, 2 hours. And the longest stretch I got on it was probably 3 hours. And I'm spending so much time not drawing that I have no problem when I sit down to draw. The generative impulse is being restrained by a dam that is the other responsibilities on my time. So yeah, the lake is full, the reservoir is full. I believe in Doug the Rock, says Riel. Joey says, I'm running an asylum for the criminally insane in Brussels and teaching them about Jungian archetypes. If Jordan Peterson is for real mold crazy in another Russian experimental hospital, with the way he dresses and the way he talks, he is on his way to being the Joker for real. He's going to wind up as the Joker. Jenny Craddock says, sir, did you secretly emboss your paper? No. No. Just a careful dusting of form. Careful arrangement of values. And this body of work that I want to create here is very based on cave art and prehistoric art, Jenny. So at least currently what I'm experimenting with is that I make the rock first. I make the rock illusion first on the paper, and then I do my design onto the rock. Can we expect you to go crazier than usual now that you can't draw as much? No, because I'm not drawing as much for joyful reasons, you know. When I'm not drawing, I'm cuddling my little boy, so my emotions are pretty nicely balanced right now. No, I don't want to interrupt that curve, I don't think. Can I create a smooth shading? Who told you that? Who told you to capitalize smooth shading? Joe, is that you? Joe, are you secretly Albijon? Can I create a smooth shading without a blending stump, or is a stump better? You could do it without a blending stump. You just need to go very carefully. Don't focus too much on making the shading smooth. If the modeling factors are in the right place and curving correctly, it'll feel smooth as long as the form is right. The sort of mechanical actual smoothness of a value, you know, let's say how few dots and specks there are in the value, really doesn't do anything for you. Abstract says, okay, how about, do you believe in a deity that created the universe? No, I don't think so. Definitely not. A deity that dances the universe, I might believe in that. But a deity that created the universe? So prosaic and based on our culture. Were you created? What does the word created mean? It depends what you mean by created. We need Jubilee to do 20 anime girl artists versus Steven Zapata. Was it Jubilee? It was either Jubilee or someone else wanted me to do a debate like that years ago against AI artists. And I said, I'll do it if you can find any AI artist who's actually willing to defend their position. Never heard back. Never heard back. Junior Wolf says, in one of your videos, you mentioned there's a limited amount of color expression available in black and white. This has had me really scratching my head. Do you have any examples of what that looks like? So there's two things. There's the color expression. Actually, there's three things. There's the fact that, so this looks monochromatic. It's not actually monochromatic. Looking at any drawing, especially in person, right? Like me looking at this in person, I can see that my shadows are actually warmer than the white of my paper. So a real drawing, unscanned without saturation affected, does have, it takes a very attuned eye, but subtle variations between warm and cool, which you have minimal control over, but it's based on the warmness of the pigment and the coolness of the paper, or vice versa, right? So that's one. Two, there's the local value part of color, which can create flickers. So for example, I don't have an example off the top of my head, but you can imagine it. A photoreal drawing of a Coca-Cola can, where the bright red of Coca-Cola is correctly represented as a middle value gray, will link with your psychological understanding, even in a monochrome piece, and let you know that that's red, right? Like you have enough other context around it that even in a grayscale picture, you will interpret that gray value as red. You won't see red, but your brain is flickering red into that space. And the same goes with other handlings of local value, because particular local values, particular colors occur at particular values. And in a very careful drawing, you can actually allude to that, right? You can allude to blue being darker than yellow or green, for example. And then third, there are actual illusionistic things that can occur in monochromatic work, optical illusions that you can take advantage of. There is quite a famous drawing by a living artist called, I don't remember his name, I never remember artist names, but The drawing is somewhat famous. It went very viral on the internet. I think it was just called Love. And it's just ink lines, but he crafted the ink lines to come so very close that he triggered an optical illusion caused by your cones being in conflict with the cones or rods, I forget which one it is, that do red being in conflict with your contrast cones, such that the space between the lines turned red, even though the space between the lines is actually perfectly white. And he posted that online, and it went super viral because people were freaking out that to a lot of people it looked like there was red between the lines when the paper was actually perfectly white. So there is, so those are like the three realms of color that can be noticed, alluded to, and even manipulated even in monochromatic work. Any cool dragons in Colombian mythology? There must be, but I'm actually not familiar with it. Random Fluffy Pup says, every time I open this stream up again, I need to spend 20 minutes to understand the context. Yeah. Yep. That's how it goes around here. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. Lunch is gonna be good. But I ain't stopping yet. I got stuff I gotta do to this drawing. I'm in the middle of trying to crack this case. No problem, Junior Wolf. Any chances of drawing Jordan Peterson as a lobster overlord? No. Maybe for charity someday. Sounds like the kind of thing I'd only do for a fundraiser or something like that. As goofy as I am, I'm always busy doing deathly serious things with my art. I rarely ever have the taste to do something goofy with my work. Ignan says, that looks straight out of Giger's page. Thank you. Joe says we have to throw a fundraiser for spore poisoning awareness. Yeah. Froggy says, would you draw anime waifus for charity? It better be a big fucking donation. That's a stretch goal. If I was at some Red Cross thing and they were like, Steven, someone wants you to draw Yu Yu Hakusho for $15. I'd be like, you can send that one back. Here's $15 out of my wallet. Return that donation and let's move on to the next request. Silly question for kneaded eraser, since I just don't get it. Is it legit to use it like stamps or stamp out graver from paper prior to watercolor, or should I dab with it? You could do whatever you want. I mean, the thing with natural media like this is just like, you do whatever works, you know? It's just some stuff, you know, rub it, stamp it, whatever. I would say on the prior to watercolor thing, I would be very cautious about what materials you use prior to watercolor, really any paint, because something like a kneaded eraser, it can have a lot of oils from your hands in it. And so if you rub it on the paper, it'll deposit some of the oils, and then that can make the watercolor go down differently in that area. So for kneaded eraser in general, I mean, on a drawing like this, I've used it to draw, I've rolled it to make stamps, if like to cut out texture. I'll roll it in my pastel paper to make it a positive stamp, and then I'll roll out texture positively. It'll put down dark spots. You can do whatever you want with it, get creative. It's just, you know, it's not like digital tools where there's rules. It's just like whatever the hell you can think of to do with this ball of whatever. But do be cautious about how it might affect other materials that go over it, you know? RG says, is practice real? Something's definitely happening when you draw a lot, but that doesn't mean that is what we think it is. You know, I think that what practice is very much determined by the era and the culture that you live in, you know. I think in the current era and culture, you know, everybody is pretty convinced that practicing drawing is sort of you improving at representing things through exposure to them and finding mechanical shorthands and things like that. At another time, maybe it has been thought, or it will be thought again, that you know, each iteration is just bringing you closer to an already established gift from God or something like that. I would advise that you come to a conclusion about it that makes you draw a lot. That's all I would say. Steven, how do you get closer to people? Just tell them secrets until they like you. Also known as oversharing. If you're going through the classic adult problem of finding it difficult to make friends as an adult, now that you're out of school and things like that, the thing that makes people friends is going through something together usually. So find people to go through something with. That's why school tends to make such lifelong friends, because you both suffered together. Struggling to find that optical illusion drawing. Google is so useless for searching nowadays. Yeah, I would have a hard time navigating back to it. I don't remember the artist's name. I remember it was an ink drawing. I think all he does is ink drawings, and I might be wrong, but I remember the name of the drawing being Love. I remember him calling it that. But assume I'm wrong about that. Maybe the name is different. Maybe Love is part of the name. Yeah, I would have a hard time finding that one again right now. But probably there's some goddamn BuzzFeed article about it or something. Oh, Broco says, look at this cool guy with his pencil and kneaded eraser making art. Imagine making art by hand in this economy. You're goddamn right. I think everyone's going to have to imagine it more often. With AI rearing its ugly head in this world, I think a lot of people are going to want to spend more time in the traditional mediums, enjoying the gentle, slow, unoptimized feeling of pencil on paper. Nice and unoptimized. Have you ever played D&D, Steven? A few times. A few times. It's been many years now, though. I have to admit, it's not really my thing. I think it just, I think it takes too long. I think the average game of D&D is a little too long for me. It's like, I'm a pretty patient guy, but for some reason, the idea of sitting down to a 4-hour game doesn't really doesn't do it for me. I think including the word love in the search is only muddying the waters. Yeah, maybe. Slumber Princess Ira. Slumber Prince Ira. That's a new name, but I recognize that avatar. So I think that's a different... You changed your name. I'm currently stuck in a situation living with family. Any advice for someone whose family embraces AI, slop, art, AI crafts, audiobooks, thinks traditional pursuits are novel and not valuable? Ugh. I mean, the idea that they would embrace AI slop sucks. It's kind of like someone who's really going to embrace it. Is there any hope of pulling them back over the edge? I don't know. You know, be careful. You know, if it's messing with your mental health, if it's making you crazy, like maybe it's time to put up a firewall and just be like, you're my family, but we never talk about art. Like I rarely talk with anyone in my family about art, only my wife. Basically everybody else in my family, including her family, so like my family and my extended family, can't remember the last time I talked to them about art. Very, very rarely. Extremely, extremely rare. It's okay to put up a firewall and just say, yeah, we don't talk about that. Only talk to them about other things. If that's not really doing it for you, have you considered going on the attack? Have you considered just completely blowing up their spot? It's like, who are they to make you miserable because they enjoy AI slop? No, I say. Let's turn this fucker around. You want to enjoy your AI slop? Not with a real artist in the house. Guess what? I'm taking the privilege upon myself to make your life miserable by making fun of you mercilessly for liking AI slop, for just engendering, empowering, and enjoying the thing that is contributing to the main delusion of our era, ensuring that this whole culture stays benighted forever, just adding to the illusoriness and insubstantiality of the world. Oh, for mere thoughtlessness. Oh, for the pleasure of continuing to be thoughtless and uncaring. Yeah, have you considered just talking to them like that all the time so that they can't have fun with it anymore and just being a total pain in their ass? You were here first. You were here first. Real art was here first. I have considered, sure. So go for it. Claim your space. Yeah, or like Proco says, wait it out. Proco says, they'll get bored of their slot machines later and become lazier for it. You just keep yourself sharpened and keep making things beautifully. There's always the wait it out option. I really just, for me, I'm like, it really depends how much they're bothering you in your living situation, right? If you're living with them and they're making your life miserable with it, I don't know how confrontational they are about it or anything like that, but if they're making your life miserable with it, I'm just like, I don't think they're entitled at all to. I don't think they're entitled at all to. Clearly, they don't think you're entitled. If they're bothering you like that, they don't think you're entitled to peace around your artistry. So they're not entitled to peace around their consumption, as far as I care. Let the differing opinions fly. Summer Prince says, my wife cares too. It's just family is high in nosiness and opinionated. I think I'll keep that more separated from my sanity or I'll go bonkers. But yeah, being shown AI slop as a positive is maddening. I understand. It feels like I'm drawing something in the sand with my fingers right now. That's how it feels. Tactily. Tactily? Tactilely? Tactilly. Tactilly lace, I'm gonna place. Thanks, Broco. Have a great day. Thank you for the kind words. Good luck with your submissions. I was doing feedback just before I started stream. Goodbye, Lack Asylum. CRE says, you could get up and leave the room when they bring out the AI. They obviously want you as their audience for AI. Yep. Some wise guy says, my family was obsessed with the Ghibli AI stuff. Now they can't stand the sight of AI. Nice turnaround. Nice turnaround. Slumber Prince Ira says, CRE, that's true. It's kind of hard because then it seems like their feelings get hurt. I don't personally care, but it makes cohesion hard. Well, someone's feelings are going to get hurt. Oh, someone's feelings are going to get hurt. Someone's feelings are going to get hurt, and it's going to be the person with the more thoughtless, ill-considered philosophical position. On these study sketches, this is where you got to risk it all and blow up a bunch of nice work that you did to discover things and learn things. So I'm running a crack through a lot of that gentle, low contrast stuff I was finding. Because I want to remember that the primary thing that I want is the read of the stone. So I was getting a little precious with all of my little giggerish psychedelia details, and they were obtaining to their own identity instead of being secondary to the rocky formations that would underlie them. So I'm forcing a crack to run through the whole design. And really, sure, you're destroying some work. Who cares? Like, we haven't done 1 billion hours of drawing in our lives. But, sure, you're destroying work. But actually, I find this fun because it feels like a bit of action drawing, which I always enjoyed since I was a kid. Like, for me, it's always been, it can't just be that the final product is good. It needs to be fun to make the product. And these steps where it's like, there's a step where I feel like I'm sculpting with clay the ridge line in a stone. That's action, it's like, it's action drawing, which is an actual school of drawing if you learned it in goddamn art history. But there's a little bit of that going on there that makes it fun, even though you're erasing, destroying things. You're getting the thrill of action drawing, of having the body and the product and the motion of creation connected and intertwined. So got to keep primary what we know we want. Primary. Drawing in sand, how fun. Yeah, it feels really fun. Malmik says, hi, Steven. Max from your design course here. Just for you to know, I'm currently working on a submission for the Path of Exile 2 fan art contest. I will continue on the course when I'm done. No worries. You didn't need to let me know. I always expect people to take breaks whenever they need them. Joe says, in good news, this weekend DC Comics EIC Jim Lee announced DC Comics will forever be 100% AI free and exclusively hire human artists to make real art. Good. I hope so. I really hope so. I think I remember reading a similar stance taken by Marvel, or a Marvel editor at Comic-Con, but I was a little disappointed that they made a point of saying that it had nothing to do with ethics, morals, or the philosophy of art, and it was just that they refused to use AI art and they banned people who use AI art because they're not sure that Marvel will own the product then. So it was a purely capitalistic copyright concern. I was a little disappointed in that. I mean, you know, teleologically, it still gets to the same good end result, but I would be lying if I didn't say I was disappointed that they didn't get there a better way. Chet Czar in the chat. If anybody's in the market for a good art podcast, definitely check out Chet Czar's Dark Art Society podcast. I've been on there a couple times. It's a great podcast. He gets all the best artists on there. Great guess. And Chet's saying, hey, Steven, I got Tom Bagshaw's first ever podcast interview on this week on the Dark Art Society podcast. See, there you go. See, he gets the good stuff. That's awesome. I got to check that out. My podcast time has been a little limited, but I find with my newborn, I don't even want to listen on like when I'm doing, I thought, you know, I'd listen to podcasts when I do dishes and stuff. It's like, I don't even want if it's playing loud enough for me to hear, it's kind of like waking him up from his nap. And then if I have headphones in, I start getting paranoid. I'm like, I can't hear him if he starts calling me. So the places where I thought I'd have podcast time, I actually haven't found it, but I definitely want to check that out. Chet says, looks like you were working on sandblasted carved marble. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. I'm doing stuff that's inspired by like cave art. The work of the prehistoric and the primitives. These are sketches for the next one. I have one done. A little lighter on the texture. But this one, a boar. You can see a bunch of rocky stuff going on. Cutting into and interacting illusionistically with the figure. Letting some places become graphic. Like the way they drew. I'm thinking in series. This is my first exploration of the form. I'm trying to advance it and develop it in the next thing. Is the boar 14 by 17? Yes. Oh, wow. Chet says, congrats. My son just had his first baby. Wow, you're a granddad. Congratulations, man. I'm very happy for you. How old is your baby? Just over 2 months now. He's brand new. Brand new little baby. Is the boar going to be a print? Maybe. I usually only make a piece of print if a bunch of people request it. So if you would want the boar as a print, pop me a DM or something like that just to let me know. Would you let your baby watch anime? Ugh. What the fuck? Never. What do you think goes on in this household? Now, Ancient Aliens, they can watch as much of that as they want. But anime? That's so cool, Chet. Congratulations, man. Let's run a... How do I want to run the shadow down something that has this ridge here? I think it's probably better just to leave the shadow contrast here. I'm exploring with the HB to keep things very low contrast, and then it's not like this is supposed to be some finished drawing or anything. I'm still in the study, searching, looking for my access drawing phase. But once I've done a bunch of low contrast exploratory work, I'd take like a 6B and I could pop dark accents, which this already looks steely gray, like a relief, like there's not that much form change. Once I pop some true blacks in key places, it'll make it all of everything else look even more silvered. A few carefully placed true darks will definitely contribute, not take away from the low contrast feeling. Thank you, Rebel.
No dog.
How's it going?
Going. It's still screaming?
Mm-hmm. Need to talk for a second?
No.
Okay.
We're just checking in. Check him out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How's he looking?
He looks great. He looks really good.
Yeah. He told me he wanted to see you, so I had to bring him up. He's also asking for a new iPhone 17.
No.
Yeah. He is. He is, and he's asking for one for mommy too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't like that big orange thing. You'd hate that thing. Was he treating you all right down there?
Yeah. He's also asking if he can set up a Cura account.
A what?
What's
A what?
is it Cura or Cora?
I don't know what that is. Is that like a...
The social media, the social media.
Oh, Sora?
Sora.
Oh my god. Now that would trigger... That's when we would become the boomers. The day I discover that my son has a Sora account. What is this? It's not a big deal, Dad. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You don't understand. We would start going to church immediately.
Yeah.
Hold on a
Yeah.
sec. Congratulations on the baby. Did you give the baby coffee yet? Tons. Tons.
No, just had coffee downstairs.
Yeah, he just had coffee.
Should I bring some milk for you?
You guys really had coffee?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd take some coffee.
No. 3 sugars?
2. Oh, well, you know what? I can pass on the coffee. Kyo says, Stephen, have you heard of the American sculptor Frederick Hart? Died in 1999. His work Ex Nihilo reminded me of you when I first saw it. His connection to the craft and belief in the power of art, what he felt was a period of decline in perceived value of craft, culture, and artistic taste. Well, he's in good company with that. Lots of people are feeling that way. The name sounds familiar. Let me look him up right now. Of course, I left my keyboard on the ground. Yes, yes. I've seen his work. I've seen a bunch of his work, actually. Yeah, damn, this is good stuff. I've bumped into his work in a couple places outdoors. I'm trying to remember where. You occasionally see a public piece of his in some plaza somewhere and things like that. Let me see which one is Ex Nihilo. Oh yeah, Ex Nihilo is that big cornice piece, right? Yeah, that's an awesome piece. God, the scale of it. Beautiful work. Some people just got the juice, man. Some people just got the juice. Oh, Drew Struzan passed away? No, I hadn't heard that. When did that happen? Was that like today? That's a bummer. Two days ago. Damn shame. Would you let your baby play Fortnite? I've talked about my take on video games for kids on here before, but basically it's just there's different kinds of video games, right? So I would not allow my kid to just play carte blanche games that are basically designed to be slot machines and to manipulate. You know, the current paradigm of a lot of very modern, very mainstream games that is really about like your phone manipulating your psychological systems to sort of keep you hooked in. I would not let my kid just play stuff like that sort of without any supervision or as much as they wanted. Then there's other kinds of games like Ocarina of Time or something like that, which is trying to make you addicted by being super compelling and being an immersive world and making you just want to be there and putting you on a journey with a complete story where they want you to just sort of want to find out what happens. Games like that, I have to be honest, I don't care if my kid plays that for 8 hours a day sometimes. I really wouldn't care. And yes, that's an old example from my childhood, but I play games and I'm not stupid about the current stuff that comes out. So any other game that I detect is like Ocarina of Time, I just really have no problem. Like Elden Ring, you know, obviously there's different age considerations there, but imagine if Elden Ring was age appropriate for a child. I wouldn't have any problem with my kid playing that for a really long time. Obviously, there's other things that need to get done, things like that. But some people, I think previous generations and stuff might be a little afraid of like just the sheer amount of time someone might spend playing a game. And I don't have that fear, you know. I don't regret my salad days as a youth spending whole weeks doing basically nothing but playing a particular game. You know, I don't think it made me particularly worse or anything like that. But if I imagine some of today's games having been the games that I spent a week on, I'm not sure I would feel the same way. Hey, Daryl Grant. You're still drawing? What kind of magic spell are you using? The drawing is the magic spell. Chet says limits are key. Yeah, limits. You just need to be engaged, I think, you know? Keep an eye on the kids, see how they're actually responding to the game, you know? Like if your kid is throwing their controller across the room and experiencing more anger than they are whimsy and happiness, then they're probably... It's like, I know that feeling. I've played video games. I'm like, that's just not the kind of game you're supposed to be playing at this age then. If a game is triggering whimsy and wonder and, you know, little flights of artistic fancy, then yeah, I think it probably is perfectly fine. Thank you, Daryl. We are. bless you. God bless you. May the God that I...
There is no God.
I know. I was about to say. The God that I spent a lot of this stream explaining I don't believe in. May he bless you. Alexander says, effing Mesmer the Impaler. Yeah, you got to be there with him, you know? When they're screaming effing Mesmer the Impaler, you'd be like, all right, maybe it's time to move back to the Altus Plateau and do some side quests. I didn't defeat Mesmer. That's on the list of things to do when I eventually get a chance to play video games again. Reaching for Divine says, wait, I missed the earlier part of the stream. Do we not believe in God? What? No, we were having the, you know the discussion. We were having the discussion of, I'm not going to talk about whether or not I believe in God when probably nobody here can agree on their definition of God. That's the specific version of the discussion we were having. The classic problem where the God that I'm going to say I don't believe in isn't even the God you're talking about. So what are we doing here? Thank you, Santiago. It looks like a sculpture. Thank you, Kashibe. That's a very kind compliment. I'm always kind of going for that on the formy stuff. And I've always been very interested in the relationship between drawing and sculpture through the element of form. And it sure is fun to work like this because I literally feel like I'm sculpting. The illusion is not just visual, it's visual for me as it is for the viewer, which is a lot of fun, but because I'm making the visual illusion, I also get the secondary psychedelic high of it also feels like I'm sculpting. Which is just, wow. That's why we got in the game, baby. Donnie Beresnack says, have you ever tried to do any realistic 3D art akin to sidewalk art? No, I'm not interested in that part of illusionism. You know, what we might call trompe-l'oeil in the classic French parlance, to fool the eye in the highest level, you know. I think Apelles and Protogenes probably handled it for us, and that's just not what I get into. I want my drawings to have an illusionistic quality, but I'm not interested in the initial rush of making a person think like, oh, is that real? Or there's like a perspective distortion going on. That's not the level of illusion that I'm interested in. That would just distract from my, it's like, I'm more interested on illusions of the level of like pencil artist in jokes. You know, I think that those will last through the generations. You know, it's like having a nice laugh with the artists who aren't even born yet. You know, that's how I think about it. You know, it may sound weird or sentimental, but I really feel when I do stuff like this that like, it's like I'm having a beer right now with the artists who will get this far in the distant future. Steven, you crazy? No, but I know it's true because I've been that. I've been the artist of the future having the beer with the artist of the past. Like when I look at, you know, it goes for all of our history, but for example, because this is based on stuff from prehistory and stuff like that, like when I look at some pieces from prehistory, I get the feeling I'm thrown into the past. I don't feel distant from these artists. I know that we were doing it for the same reasons, you know? Yeah, no, I feel the lineage, you know? I don't feel disconnected from the history of art and from the great lineage of artists. You know, I feel one with the other shamans, truly. So because I've been on this side of it, I know it will be true in the future as well, you know? You know, just the other day I was looking at one of the best pieces of prehistoric art we know of. I forget the exact name. I mean, it's named, a scientist named it, but some of you might know it. A bison licking a fly wound or bison licking a gnat wound, something like that. I mean, I was in tears. It was just incredible. It's this little carving, you know, that the intimacy and sensitivity of it, and the fact that this sculptor, this artist from prehistory, just felt this kinship with this moment of embodied quotidian with an animal. It's like the same thing. Like nothing has changed. It's always been the same thing, you know, and, you know, beyond culture and language, and for the love of God, even beyond physiology and anatomy, though this was sculpted by an anatomically modern human, of course, so we are actually the same, but it's just like, you know, you could tell you're the same, you know, you could tell that, and the work is coming from the same place. And hell, there's work that we speculated by Neanderthals and Denisovans, and you can still get a rush off those. So those do transcend speciation. Those do transcend species. Kyo says, well, Stephen, I'm definitely cackling when I see your graphite wizardry. Yeah, that's the beer. The shared beer of the spirit. Stephen, have you ever seen an ancient cave painting before? Nothing on the level of Lascaux or something like that. Those are very old. You know, what's Lascaux? 35,000 years? I think the closest to confirmed oldest cave painting is what, 55,000 years old? Nothing in the Americas is quite that old that we know of. But I've gone to see some of the oldest stuff that we have. I've gone to see petroglyphs in the American Southwest, which comes pretty close. Bison licking insect bite. Thank you. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. You ever think about all the prehistoric art drawn in sand or charcoal lost to the elements days after? Think of all that was lost. Must have been just incredible. Yeah. The stuff that we have is incredible. So the stuff that we lost, who knows? Who knows what it was like? The stuff that we have is so sophisticated. I don't know. It drives me crazy. It makes me, it hurts me that artists have sort of, in the modern era, really lost connection with that feeling of, lineage, of feeling connected with the whole line of artists all the way to the past. Yeah, I hope they find it again, you know. I'm not missing that. It's a big part of my life, you know, feeling fully integrated. It's like, that's my real community, you know. In this era that we live in where, you know, existence has been atomized into these, you know, fractional presence where the past and the future, you know, they haunt us, you know, they just seem like illusions, just pregnant with horror. And we don't know where we came from, we don't know where we're going, and nothing's real anymore. Community has been completely undermined, you know. I'm not saying anything new, you know, you hear this stuff all the time, that we're in this era where just like people can't find community, can't connect with each other the way that they used to. I know it, you know, I'm not digital native, you know, I'm old enough to remember that things were different. The lineage of artists, you know, the shamanistic connection to all the conjurers of the past is truly, you know, I thank the cosmos for it. You know, that's the community that I have, and it's a good one. And it's a way better reason to do art than for likes on fucking Instagram! There's a lot of people who play me like on the TVs at work, and I apologize. I apologize. Some poor employee had to scramble for the work TV remote and quickly crank it down. So someone at a tattoo parlor just darted across the room to be like, oh, sorry, he's getting a little out of hand. Apologies, everybody. Only recently began watching your channel. How often do you do live streams? Well, I just had a kid, so it's pretty rare right now, pretty intermittent. It might become more common. I'm gonna try to, once my wife goes back to work and we have to get on a more rigorous schedule, it might become more regular, but you know, if I'm perfectly honest, no promises right now. I used to stream a lot. Fortunately, there's a huge backlog of past streams that you can check out. OKM says the sad thing about AI is future generations will look back and can't know for sure if they are resonating with an ancient soul or if they are reacting to a soulless husk. I know. I worry about that. Well, you all know that I worry about everything with AI, but I feel super lucky that I'm of the last generation of artists where no one will ever have to question me, you know? In fact, I guess that was the previous generation because people are questioning artists now. Like, I feel super lucky that there's proof that I gained my skills and abilities pre-AI, that I took a stand early so that everybody knows when I say I don't use AI, I'm fucking serious about it, that I really don't do it. I feel super lucky that I've been in that position. I have a lot of things to feel lucky about, and I feel bad that all artists from now on will be doubted, will be forever doubted. It's not fair to them. It isn't. And I feel bad for what that will do to this beautiful craft and skills that I love so much, you know? Like, I think most people knowing they will be doubted, it will make them less inclined to spend as much time doing it to get to the lofty heights, you know? And that's a shame. That's a shame. I hope it doesn't go that way, but it sure feels like it will. Thank you, Carswell Cope. Thank you. Thank you, Tunes. Sad Drawing says, I became an uncle a few months ago. I'm the pseudo-godfather when my sister is staying with us. I love my nephew. Yeah, the little babies are very lovable. They're very lovable. Congrats on being a pseudo-godfather and an uncle. Slumber Prince says, the discourse on the visual field was amazing. I recommend if you go back, that be one to watch if you're into cerebral stuff. Yeah. I agree with your recommendation. I love that video. Or I love that talk. I felt good about that one. You are not inside your visual field. If you can swallow that, you can swallow the rest. We've been going for almost 4 hours now. For all of you rushers out there, if I can contribute anything, please notice that I'm not rushing. It's been hours on this drawing. There's no dark darks on it. Everything is misty, calm. Just enjoying myself in building it up. It makes me happy. It makes me happy that it would take forever. If it never occurred to you that that's a possibility, let it occur to you. If I could contribute anything to your practice, that would be a good one. So I'm going to start signing off here. I need to go relieve my wife. Let her get some things done. I hope I'll be back soon. Right now we're just enjoying structureless new baby time, but at some point we're going to have to get our lives back on more of a schedule. That's going to be a challenge. That's going to be a challenge. So we'll see how streaming fits into that. I've been working on a bunch of YouTube videos in the background. I've had thoughts that align more with that than streams lately. I don't know how long those will take to make. Writing notes, outlines, scripts, things like that. But do have a bunch of stuff in the works. I find I am definitely not dry. Still got a lot to say. Weirdly, I still love running my mouth. Sad Drawing says, in those 4 hours, I would be finishing 5 to 6 charcoal portraits. Well, charcoal is fast. Very contrasty, very quickly. Goes down dark. You can only touch it a couple times. Move after move after move. One of my favorite things about graphite is how it's very finicky, you know. You could touch it 1 billion times and it's still not done. You know, it's a dot by dot by dot. Charcoal's not really like that. Nothing beats spending those hours with a fellow artist. Oh, yes. Roundbush says, for me, the visual field talk was the easiest to digest. The questions that have come after have been much tougher. Interesting. That's interesting. For me, it always seemed like if you can realize that you're not inside your visual field, then it's sort of like a given that, you know, you being in the visual field is a construct, is a very sophisticated fabrication, a piece of art made by the mind that is rarely, if ever, subverted in a lifetime. So to me, it seemed clear to me that if you could accept that, then it's obvious that everything else in the visual field is also a construct, perspective, scale, depth, all the other things that get talked about in some of the other deep end videos, including their emotional cachet is also, you know, deep. I'm not saying that it's not in reference to an actual depth or color or anything like that that is, well, not color, I shouldn't have said color. Color definitely doesn't exist anywhere but the visual system. But let's say extension, right? Space. I'm not saying that the perception of space does not map to an actual 50-foot distance outside of the human physiology. But we must admit that that 50-foot distance, whatever it is in and of itself, is not the 50-foot distance as it is experienced by the human physiology. So, but all of those things seem less mind-bending to me and less difficult to accept than the fact that you're not in there. Do you have a topic on artist resilience? Well, I consider the whole channel a topic on artist resilience. I mean, being an artist is so hard that you need everything. You need technique help, you need mind help, you need spirit help. I mean, being an artist is incredibly difficult. I consider the whole channel to be trying to help artists be more resilient. You could say seeing itself as a creative act. Absolutely. You make this world, you know? the greatest piece of art you're ever going to make. Well, you've been making it right from the beginning. Everything else is small fry. The flawless way that you construct reality is, forget impressive, it's impossible. It's impossible. And you don't give yourself any credit for it. There's a lot of joy to be mined there if you would only let yourself enjoy it. Oh, but you think too little of yourself to enjoy it. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a shame. If only you were a little more inclined to drop the guilt. I have a similar feeling looking at art, but also historical clothing or written notes. There's a sense of oneness. Yes, that sense of lineage, connection. Connection that is transpersonal, goes beyond identities and cultures and histories. It's the connection of the creative impulse reaching across time, the yawning gaps of time, and recognizing itself in all of its different permutations. If you can get your pesky little self-miseries out of the way and accept that you really are a instantiation and vessel for that, then that allows that appreciation, that self-same recognition to deepen and become even stronger because you're not getting in the way of it, Obviously, if you're sitting around bemoaning that you're not a riot artist, it steals a little bit of energy for remembering that you are a cosmic shaman that has been reinstantiated many hundreds of thousands of times throughout all of human history and perhaps on other planets. Basilar says, speaking of mediums, I was wondering whether you use the process for graphite as you do for charcoal. I don't really do charcoal. Everything I do, the powdery stuff here is powdered pastel. Oops. You can see the one I use here, Pan Pastel. You could get it at most art stores. Maybe not like a Michael's, but like any dedicated art store, they sell these. You can also grind your own pastels from pastel sticks. But for the powdery stuff, I use pastel. I guess I was talking about it earlier in the stream and I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess that's because I went to school for industrial design, and that pastels are an old-fashioned industrial design technique for doing very clear renderings. And my school was a real, they were about tradition, so even though digital was firmly in place by then to torture us, they were like, nah, you got to do the pastels just like our heroes did. So I did learn how to do it. Spent a lot of time doing renderings of cubes, spheres, cones, and much crazier things, spaceships, trains, things like that, in pastel for homework. A little hazing ritual. And I don't know, I guess the habit stuck with me. It was what I learned to do soft stuff with and what I got used to. So later on, when I tried like graphite powder and charcoal and stuff like that, I found I didn't like it. I much preferred the working qualities of pastels for that kind of thing. Again, probably just from my experience with it in school. But it's going to be personal preference. There's definitely things charcoal does better, things powdered graphite might do better. I prefer the working properties of pastels. Poetics of Space is a really good book by Bachelard. If you like this kind of talk, it's a really good read. It might be worth exploring similarly approached topics. I'll have to remember that. I like the title, Poetics of Space. Sounds promising. It is, everybody has this experience, but it's a great experience, isn't it? When through meditation you come to a conclusion, and then you find someone else through meditation has also come to the same conclusion. It's like you already believed it, like you trusted yourself, but then hearing someone else came to the same thing, you're like, oh shit, it is real. Do you use fixative? I don't fix all of my drawings. If a drawing has a lot of powder on it, which not all do, I'll put fixative on it. Like this boar. This boar that I just finished, by nature of its design, all this hair, that's all powder. That's all pastel powder. I detailed it out with some pencil strokes, but the base of it is powder. So when there's like an element of the design that has a lot of powder on it like that, I'll fix that. And I did spray fix this drawing. The amount of powder use that's like in this background, just to get like a general gray tone, that's actually really not going anywhere. Like once a tone that light is in the paper, it holds on just fine. I don't really find it to be going anywhere in most of my drawings. And pencil, the way that I use pencil, it's like, it really doesn't smudge. You know, it's in there firmly, and whatever smudging might happen is going to be basically optically invisible because I've carefully balanced the contrast elsewhere in the drawing. Like there's too much contrast elsewhere for you to really notice incidental smudging from moving the drawing around or anything like that. But yes, when there's, and most of my drawings don't have this, but a feature like this that's going to be mostly dust, I'll fix that. Yeah. But most of my drawings don't have spray fix on them. And that's just because I'm scared, honestly. You know, like the spray fix that I use, the Winsor Newton Professional Spray Fixative, even that, and Winsor Newton is a classic brand, on the can it says resistant to yellowing. It's like, I don't need it to be resistant to yellowing. I need it to be completely yellow proof, you know? So I just don't use spray fix because I'm not 100% convinced it's going to not permanently alter the drawing over the years, you know? So long answer short, I use it when I need it, when a drawing really needs it, and if it doesn't need it, I try to avoid it. I loved your talk about the usage of pastels. Do you think the same process for graphite can be applied to paints like oils? You mean the talk that I just did? Like talking about my pastel use? And I'm not sure what you mean. The same process for graphite can be applied to paints like oils? I'm not sure what you mean. I will say in general, you can basically do anything with oil paint. So whatever you're thinking is probably possible. Oil paint is probably the most flexible medium of all the mediums. It can essentially replicate the look of any of the other mediums if you're patient enough. Like the current look of this pencil drawing, you could theoretically perfectly replicate what you see on screen right now with oil paint. It's possible. Oil paint has basically nigh unto perfect verisimilitude. You can make it look like anything. Do you think creativity is trained like the other basics, or is it fundamentally different? I don't think you train your creativity necessarily. I think you discover how creativity works for you. Now, that is a process. I just think it's a different process than training, you know? I don't think it's that hard. I think creativity is inherently more soft, you know? It's about openness. It's about compassion. It's about the heart. Samuel Eli says, how does it feel different than graphite powder or charcoal, the pastel? It's really like niche things for me, just particular little details that I like the way it works better. This is going to apply to no one. Like, this is personal preference, but like for me, the pan pastel, like charcoal, I can basically erase it completely with a kneaded eraser, which I really like for doing textural effects. I like to draw with the eraser a lot. But unlike charcoal, like see this smudge here with the pastel, I can rub my finger over it and look, it stays in place. It doesn't wiggle and disappear. It's not completely fugitive. That smudge in charcoal would be completely fugitive if I use like Vine charcoal or something. I could literally erase that smudge, that line there, that line, with my finger. I could even, with a really soft Vine charcoal, you could literally move it with your finger. I could say that line it's a centimeter too far over. I could literally push it into place with my finger. That's how airy charcoal is. I hate that about charcoal. I don't like that. So here I can get the soft effect. I could still erase this smudge to paper white with my eraser, and yet I can touch it with my finger and it doesn't disappear. So that particular mix is my preference. That's not going to be everybody's preference. Like I said, charcoal, even a line like that, Vine charcoal, it would be totally fugitive. You could move it around the paper. And graphite powder, I kind of just hate graphite powder overall. It feels like it has none of the benefits of charcoal or powdered pastel and like all the problems of graphite. Like it's fugitive, dirty, and it's way shinier than powdered charcoal or using charcoal as Vine charcoal. So it's just, I don't know, but some people love it, right? I think if you wanted to, instead of putting it straight on the paper, dip like a brush in something and then apply it with a brush, I think probably powdered graphite would do better than charcoal or pastel. Like you could dip a brush in this as much as you want. It's going to go down like shit. Like pan pastel really only goes down with sponges. You need to put on a sponge. That's not the case with powdered graphite. You could dip it in like a brush or something, and you could dip a brush in it and it'll have a little control and leave a nicer mark. But that's not how I like to work. Roundbush says, I know so many people that will admit reality is an illusion, but can't fathom the idea of determinism. Question of the self seems like the penultimate pursuit. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for people to swallow that there's no free will. It's just totally galling. if it's the truth, it's the truth. And unless we reset our society, since it's the truth, time will tell, Science will keep converging on the truth. Introspection will keep converging on the truth. There'll be no avoiding it at a certain point. But yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one for people. Yeah, but they're totally there. Yeah. There is no free will, which of course means, yes, like you said, the self is the real problem, right? Question of self seems like the penultimate pursuit. The real punchline is there's no self, which of course there isn't, because there's nothing. But since there's no self, obviously there's no free will, right? For there to be free will, there would need to be a self to have it, but there is no self, and so there is no free will. Fun! Everybody listening right now, deep down, they already know it, and now their brain is running the confabulator to convince them why they do have free will. And push them too much, and they're going to start fighting. They're going to get angry. Anatta, anicca, dukkha, dukkha. I like that quote from Poetics of Space. I gotta remember that. I gotta check it out. I see Joe left. I'm way too late. Goodbye, Joe. Not that you're hearing this. Cole says, what a unique idea for an art piece. Is so cool. Thank you so much. See someone making fun of me for saying I'm going to go, and then here we are. Yeah, Steven. All right, going to start closing up the stream. Also, there's no free will. Yeah, we're over 4 hours now, so I really got to freaking... I know, it looks bad, too, because I said I got to go to relieve my wife. If I really needed to relieve her, she'd be up here giving me a look through the door. But I just, it's just no matter how tired you are, no matter how long you've been doing it, drawing can be so fun. It's just like, it's very hard to tear yourself away, even after you've been doing it for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours. I can't read that name. I think it's in another language, but just want to say thank you for what you are doing. I'm kind of struggling with mental health in my art right now, but your videos have been sort of a safe space for me. Once again, thank you. No problem. Always happy to help out fellow artists in this world. I hope things get better for you. It's been a very fun exploration of some new textures and techniques I can play with in this series of rock art inspired pieces. With each one of these, I'm discovering, including these two, well, obviously with the boar, I sort of found what I'm trying to explore. And then even with these two sketches that I did the other day, found a lot of new ways to create textures, using the kneaded eraser more, particular ways to layer and sizing lines. Here we're playing more with an embossed feel. I feel like I'm being very influenced by more incising, less rock. The boar is definitely more about cave painting. This is more about rock art, embossing and sizing. Feeling a little inspired by like the Nazca lines, carving into the dirt and things like that. We're exploring a lot of things, a lot of fun. Safi says, I want to read more about that. Do you recommend anything specific? Oh, I mean, any of the old wisdom traditions will, you have to sometimes read between the lines, but any of the old wisdom traditions are trying to tell you that there is no you. You just need to, check them out. It's very funny. I mean, people get lost in the language, but they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. The core of the teachings is always saying, don't worry about anything. There's no you. There's only God, or whatever other word they're using in their lineage. And then you can tell where people added shit on because they lose the plot and say that, oh, there is a you and you have to worry about what God's going to do to you and you better be very careful and you better listen to the cleric class and all that stuff. You can tell where all the bullshit started, but the core is always the same. The wisdom traditions way down at the base of all the major paths, it's always the same fucking thing. So you can look wherever you want. If you want it very direct, if hearing someone say there's no free will, there's no self, doesn't send you to the insane asylum, if that instead makes the heart leap up and the spirit leap up, then that level of directness you might enjoy and you might find in something like Zen Buddhism, Dzogchen, which is another form of Buddhism. Dzogchen is DZO. Oh my God, someone spells Dzogchen in the chat. Advaita Vedanta from the Hindu tradition. And a lot of New Age stuff, which you always have to, be careful with because there's a lot of cult leaders out there. Remember, no one should ever tell you what to eat, who to fuck, or whether or not to pay your taxes. If anyone's telling you who to eat, who to fuck, or not to pay your taxes or to give them your money, it's a cult leader. A cult is not so confusing to identify, actually, by the way, people. It's just, it's a high control group. If someone's trying to exert high control over you, you're in a cult, right? If they're trying to tell you how many calories to eat, restrict your diet, things like that, it's a cult. So you have to watch out for stuff like that if you're going for more New Age stuff. But yeah, if you like the directness of it. I see Chedzar also mentioning Alan Watts. Yes, definitely influenced by the Eastern tradition, Zen, a lot, right? Big popularizer of Zen. But Alan is very direct with it. He, I guess a little bit between the lines, he doesn't so often hit it on the head with like, there's no free will, like you're not making any choices, but it's definitely there between the lines. Though there is absolutely places where he just says it flat out. But yeah, if you like that level of directness, you might check out that. So things like Zen, Dzogchen, Advaita Vedanta, some Alan Watts, and there's plenty of New Age people who are willing to say it, but just watch out for the cults, Just because there's no you doesn't mean someone should tell you what to eat. I'm going to get off now. I've been trying to get off for the past 20 minutes. And I keep getting... What the hell? What the hell? New Alien. Who dis? Exploring a different thing.
I like them.
Very embossed.
Yeah.
I'm going for a more overall, like an incising thing going on. More rock carving rather than rock drawing. I know low contrast. It always drives you crazy. The whole stream loves low contrast, by the way. They're on my side. They're like, low contrast is the future. My wife hates low contrast. I can add contrast later. I can add as much as I want later. All right, everybody. I'm going to get going. Thank you so much for being here. We had a long one today. We haven't been around in a while, so that makes sense. 4 hours and 20 minutes we've been live. I had a lot of fun doing this. I hope you guys can see the potential there, some of the ideas I'm going for there. I could see that this needs to come out a little more, not symmetrical, but I guess that's all right. But yeah, another fun play to explore in this series. I can see the progression that I'm getting here and the conversation that's going on with some of these. It's a mix to taste. Is it more rock drawing? Is it more rock art, which involves more incising and things like that? Like cave painting, petroglyphs, like which are you looking for? I love some of the illusionistic qualities of things being raised, falling back. But I do also love some of what I have going on here in the bore, where you get some of the old-fashioned charcoal from the cave fire lines going. A balance needs to be struck. But this, oh no, this might be the access drawing. This, bigger, with some supplicants around him, feels very close to what I was imagining. I think that could be an awesome drawing. All right, so we made good progress here today. We made good progress. How rare for stream to make good progress. But, you know, we had a long time. Goodbye, everybody. I see a lot of people talking about a lot of interesting things, especially when we're talking about no self and no free will at the end there. But I'm going to have to go rather than getting into weeds on that right now. Slumber Prince Era says, reluctant capitalist here. It's easier to find fault in capitalism than find a way out of it when you aren't exposed to other options directly. Yeah, in the immortal words of Slavoj Žižek, it's easier to imagine an end of the world than an end to capitalism. Roundbush says, Zen is where I found what I needed. Yeah, Zen is where I started. That was my first spiritual love. Team low contrast, hell yeah. All right, thanks everybody for being here. Whoops. Shit, where'd that go? I dropped my needed eraser. Oh, I can't let that stick. Goodbye, Gabriel Sales, Jojo, an avatar, a name that I can't pronounce, Reaching for Divine, Seth H, Froggy, Bearmug, Safi, Bendik Solbakken, Froggy, Kyokusei, Jenny Craddock, who says, I'm loving this rock drawing direction you've got going on. Nice switch up. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Glad to see you drawing and streaming again. Have a great day. Goodbye, Jenny. Goodbye to Chet. Thank you for the kind words. Goodbye to Ignian, Bendik, Sandra, Glimmer, Battle Ready Babe, Slumber Prince Ira, Carswell's Coat, Sad Drawings, Nick Rice, and Gabuda Ichimuda. Goodbye, everybody. Basiler, Seth H. Goodbye, goodbye. Take care, everybody. Peace out. And happy drawing.